Hello. Okay, I see the little volume thing going, so hopefully we are going live. Okay. So I brought my laptop in this morning because we're going to be doing a long day of cooking, meal prepping together, and so we're going to try and do all of the things. Hopefully a little bit later, my son Ian Brunick will be joining us to moderate. And that back there is Hooby, and he is helping get stuff ready. So today, we are going to be preparing for battle. So I have several friends who are going off to a fictional war. Not fictional. It is for the Society for Creative Anachronism, and it is held in Mississippi, and it's called Gulf Wars. And it is between the Kingdom of Onsteora and the Kingdom of Trimaris, modern day known as Florida and Oklahoma, Texas. Okay, so I have a bowl here, which I am collecting scraps in. Like, I have the little butt end of my celery. We're going to be making stock from that stuff. I have my giant pot that we are going to be making chili in. I have a ginormous bowl of beans that I started soaking yesterday, and it's going to sit over there and wait for us. So we have a couple of things that we are going to be getting ready, because if you are going to come in and spend time in the kitchen, you might as well make your day worth it. So let me exchange that out. While I am waiting for the chili to cook, we're going to be doing a couple of other meal prep things. I'm going to be getting some omelet ingredients ready. By the way, all of my vegetables I've already washed. And this is 2 pounds of carrots. And you might be thinking to yourself, gee, that is a really big section of carrots. You would be absolutely right. So I'm going to share with you guys a couple of tips and tricks today on doing things in bulk. Also, a great way to incorporate and let's go with hide vegetables. The stock that we're going to be using for the chili is going to be a veggie stock, but also I'm going to end up blending the carrots and the celery and the onions that will go into today's chili because most people that I know don't want to have big chunks of celery or carrots in their chili, and yet it is super good for us. This is a great way to do things, especially if you're a mom with kids and you sometimes have trouble getting them to eat their veggies. And it cuts down on how much time it takes to get things ready. Because I have this stream scheduled for 4 hours. And by the end of it, I hope that we will have chili ready to go into jars. I won't keep you guys around for the entire canning process, because that takes a lot of time where not a lot happens. But while we're waiting for the chili and whatnot to cook, we'll be getting a couple of other things ready. But first, we gotta get the chili on the cook. Tiny carrot. A lot of people would throw out an end like this if they got it in their bag of carrots. And I would highly encourage you not to be that person. Ugly vegetables are healthy too. Somebody built a whole business on selling ugly vegetables.
You say ugly vegetables are healthy too?
Yes, ugly vegetables are healthy too. It's good for us. All right, so that's 2 pounds of carrots. Don't throw away your celery leaves, people. Use those for a stock. They have a lot of really good phytonutrients in them. So if you guys have not heard about the celery cleanse that so many people in like the health and wellness world talk about, there's even been an entire book written about the health benefits of celery. It does have a lot of detox that's good for our livers. So including it in more things, very good for us. You can also put celery leaves into salads, and they are very good in there as well. A lot of people juice them. Which is also a good way to get celery, because most people's objection to celery has more to do with all of the strings that come in celery, and I get that, but there's lots of ways that we can enjoy celery while minimizing the strings. Okay, so I have my carrots and my celery in. I'm going to put that on the stove. Hi. All right. I'm going to turn this way. Okay. Because that's Ragnar, by the way. He really likes being on camera, and he gets mad when I'm cooking, and he's not allowed to be on camera. We're gonna need 6 quarts of veggie stock. It just so happens, last weekend, let me spin you again. I feel like we're dancing. Where'd you guys end up? Oh, it's a pretty good spot for you. Last weekend, I made chili, and I got a lot of good reviews, and they asked me to make more. So we're making more. All right. Where did, oh, hold on just a second. Since we are done for a moment, with chopping things, let me, now please understand sometimes this thing, it goes crazy and will jump back and forth, but I'm going to put stock in. So that the celery and the onions can start cooking. Not adding all of my stock yet. And I forgot to grab them. Because onions are delicious, They have good antioxidants as well as flavor. And so they should feature fairly frequently in your cooking. I know a lot of people don't like doing onions because they're a very emotional food. Let me move you there. You can see kind of what we're doing. And here is one of my favorite reasons for doing the blender, because that is all of the chopping that I have to do for the onion. And seeing as how for this chili, I want to have 4 decent sized onions in it. I really don't want to have to chop those into bite-sized pieces. Because onions make you cry. Also, one of the reasons why I like stews. Stews get big chunks. I lost count. How many onions is this? Just from the look of it, I feel like we need 1 more onion in there.
So how many viewers you have?
At the moment, it says I have 1 viewer, but that 1 viewer may be me.
I can't get it to load. It says error.
Oh no.
I'm trying on that other Xbox.
That was my Hoobie. He was gonna try and join the Twitch stream, and he's saying he can't find it. So I may not be live. So if you are over on YouTube, or if you are on Twitch, and you are watching the stream, that goes in there. That goes in there. Let me rinse this real quick and rinse my hands. And then we will have to see what the issue is. Hey, Hoobie.
Yeah.
Did you follow me on Twitch?
Yes.
Maybe try exiting out and going back in?
I did that and it didn't work, so now I'm logging in on the downstairs Xbox.
Okay.
It's updating though.
So he's going to continue to experiment with that. If you guys do see this somewhere, say hello so that I know we are actually out broadcasting. Which I've got to do this one way or the other. It's just nice if I know I can share these things with you. Okay. We will come back to that in a moment. Which pot? Let me get my quart jar. I'm gonna fill it from my refrigerator. We will put it in the soup stock pot and get our next round of veggie stock going, because I'm about to use 6 quarts of it, so I need something to replace it. That's the fun part about this. Like, you can replenish your stock as you make your things, and then it's ready to go the next time. And we're almost there. Okay, so that's half a gallon. And we're gonna do a gallon. All the small things. Chicken. I forgot the word. But I like Blink 182. our veggies in our veggie stock and stir our veggies, making veggie stock. Okay. Oh, I did forget one thing that we need while things are getting started. Are you coming with me? Okay. It loses track of things sometimes. I do not salt the stock when I am making it so that I can control how much salt goes into each soup dish that I'm making. So I just put a tablespoon of Himalayan salt into there. All right, so that's gonna take a little bit to cook. So while that is cooking, we are going to do some other meal prep. The first thing that we are going to do, I typically do eggs for breakfast, and I like to have spinach and mushrooms and onions and bell pepper in my eggs for breakfast. So I'm going to get that stuff ready. Did you know that you can peel the top of your mushroom caps off? Frequently, if you end up with that film that develops on top of mushrooms, it comes from this outer layer of skin. So if you peel that off before you chop your mushrooms will last longer. Yes, it's a little time consuming. But for the record, it is things like doing this that makes Michelin star restaurants Michelin star, where they are, and I'm putting my butt ends into my stock pot. Because mushrooms actually have a lot of vitamin D in them, which during the winter months when we are not getting as much sunshine is really important. But if you want to treat yourself to Michelin star meals at home, these are the little tricks that they do. Peeling the mushroom caps before they chop them up. And you can see there I just run my finger until it starts to peel up. And you can peel it right off. And you get that beautiful white mushroom, whereas that outer skin So it's good. You know, cooking can actually be very stress relieving, especially if you are taking the time to do little things like peeling your mushrooms. It's good for your mental state. And good for your body. Making sure you get all of the right vitamins and nutrients. So many restaurants have gone to prepackaged, mechanized offerings. And I'm not talking about just fast food, although they really started it. But like, there are businesses whose sole clientele is making things and getting them ready for restaurants. Have you ever noticed that a lot of the things that, let me tilt you just a little bit, you order at one restaurant will taste very much like a similar item that you are getting from another restaurant? Because a lot of restaurants, especially if it's a restaurant chain, they are not making as much of the food in-house anymore. They are buying prepackaged sauces and ingredients. So all they're really doing is combining the same ingredients, maybe in a different proportion, but you get the same cream sauce or salsa. And then if you can find those restaurants, and they typically are mom and pop restaurants that make their own, like, you can really tell the difference. And those are my favorite kind of restaurants to go to. So while I do this, the chili is the big thing. And I'll talk a little bit more about the SCA and the people who are joining. Hey, Hoobie?
Yeah.
Were you able to get it started?
It's still updating. I don't know.
Oh. But we'll get the chili done. We're going to chop some more vegetables for other meals to come later in the week. That's what we're peeling mushrooms for. We might be making some hummus today. Hummus is one of our favorite. Hello, Runic. I'm not sure. Are you able to see us? Joey was saying that he tried to log on a little bit earlier and was getting an error message. But if you are on the stream, then that means we are live, which is good. But we've already chopped the vegetables and, well, my camera flashed by it, but that big silver pot that was behind me is got carrots and celery simmering in it. And right now we are peeling mushrooms for just this week's meal prep. Did you know that you could peel mushrooms? And yes, I'm glad we're live. It is an internet thing. I just wasn't sure because Joey couldn't find it, but that might have been user error. And we have started steaming in our soup pot, and that's good. So we'll get veggies chopped. We are probably going to be making hummus today, which is a staple at our house, a great snack item. I know. So I mentioned earlier before you joined the stream, but peeling mushrooms is one of the things that Michelin star restaurants do, and that's what makes their meals a little bit more special, a little bit more pricey, is that they take the time to do things like this. And you can just run your finger over the edge, and then it'll peel up a little side, and then you can peel that off. And then what you're left with is a beautiful white mushroom. And the reason why we do this, some people don't like mushrooms because they can get a little bit of a film on them, and that can be distasteful for some people. And that film usually comes from this outer skin. And so if we peel that off, we prevent that from happening. And that's, I think, why mushrooms get a bad rap sometimes, is because people don't know how to prepare them. Now look at that, how beautiful and white that is compared to this guy that I haven't started yet. So, very helpful. So that copper pot that's back there, it does look like an elf. That is full of the stalks from the mushrooms, but it's also full of carrot peels, the butt ends from the celery, and the leaves, and parts of the onion. And we're making a vegetable stock with that. And when that vegetable stock is done, it will look a lot like this, which is stock that I have set aside waiting to go into our chili. When I finish peeling this mushroom, we should go stir the pot. But that's in a good way. It's not in the bad stir pot way. Oh, an egg, not an elf. Oh, you misspelled that. I didn't read it well. I only read it quickly. All right, so let's stir. Make sure we get those mushrooms down in the bottom of that. And here in a minute, actually, let's go ahead and do that right now. Come with me. And, because look how pretty that is. That is a good looking pot of chili in the making. All right. Oh, what happened? I hit something. I don't know what I hit, and I went to a different screen for a little bit. So if I lost you for a moment, it was user error. Okay. We got to go back to getting our mushrooms ready. We've got a couple of these to do. And really, if you do this, like all of the mushrooms that I'm doing right now today, this will be enough mushrooms for me for the next 2 weeks. And if you will set aside some time on weekends, you can really spend a day, a couple of hours on a day, and meal prep and get your food ready. And this is a great way to be healthy. Avoid a lot of the additives and preservatives that you get in some of the... I'm glad I'm back. Yeah, and I apologize about the cutaway.
The Xbox is not loaded, but...
Hey! Hubie came in to update me. He never could get it to load on the Xbox, but he was able to find me on the phone. So we are successfully going. So Hubie,
Huh?
you gonna come help?
Periodically.
Oh. He promised he would help me chop peppers.
I never used the word promise.
He said he would help me chop peppers.
You just want me to chop peppers because I'm half Mexican.
I want you to chop peppers because you do a good job. Let me show people. Okay, so we have dried chilies, and these are New Mexico chilies. I don't know why I'm showing you that because my white marker doesn't show up. I wish this was one of those times that we could have smell-o-vision, because these things smell amazing.
Technology's coming.
Oh my gosh. So these are like a really good aromatic and flavorful pepper. But I also have these. They are brighter red. So these are Chile de Arbol. A-R-B-O-L. I know I'm saying that wrong, and I apologize to anybody who knows the correct pronunciation. He doesn't know either. He's half Mexican. He doesn't know either. They do not smell, but let me tell you, when you get one of these in the chili, you know it. Because that one is where the spices come from. So, if he does not come help us with that, we'll chop those in a little bit. I want to get through the other produce before I start those, because when you start chopping them, like the seeds and different things go everywhere, and I don't necessarily, especially not the spicy guys, want those as a regular part of my breakfast accidentally, because they can be quite spicy.
No sense of adventure.
I have a sense of adventure. It's just very small. It's a very small sense.
I'm gonna cut him over here.
Hooby also likes to go mountain bike riding, and he will pick hard and difficult terrain intentionally.
Challenge.
He likes near-death experiences.
Adrenaline junkie.
He is an adrenaline junkie. All right. So after this one, we do have like 6 more of these mushrooms to go through.
How many of these?
I almost want to put what's left of the good smelling peppers in. What do you think?
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it's about 8.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't do all. Do half. If there's 8 of them in there, do 4. Maybe 6. We're gonna have to buy more anyway.
Mm-hmm.
He's very excited about that.
Mm. No, I could probably do them all. I don't know.
We need at least 4. I think 6 would be a good number, but if there's only 8 left.
There's about the equivalent of 6.
What do you guys think? Should we do what's left of those?
Bring the phone to look at it.
Let's go look at it. Traveling. Let me turn you around. I'm thinking, yeah, we should just use what's left of those to put in there. And that's our chili. And that's our soup stock. All right, let me put you back in your little holder. Oy. What are you doing, Joey? What do you need?
Okay.
That guy.
Don't eat plastic.
We have an orange cat. Sayings like, don't eat plastic, are things that we say frequently. Also, don't lick tape. Things that we have to say often. Why he has this obsession with eating plastic and licking tape? He's orange. And if you've ever owned an orange cat, you know what we're talking about. They are not like any other colored cat. They are very special.
The internet stories are true.
The internet stories are true. So, a friend of ours, Boppy, she has an orange cat called Stupid Cat. And she had Stupid Cat for a couple of years. And we were living in Tulsa. And a friend of ours had a litter of kittens. And he was lamenting because some of them were orange. Having known Stupid Cat and how entertaining he was, we were totally like, oh my goodness, we will happily take an orange kitten off of your hands. And then there was this big debacle because this was a friend of Hoobie. And Hoobie would come home and he would be like, I think he's going to give the orange kittens to someone else. Do you want a different color kitten? And I was like, no, it's got to be an orange kitten. If it's not an orange kitten, I don't want another kitten. And then so he'd go back. And I'd be like, are we getting the orange kitten? He's like, I don't know yet. The kittens aren't ready to go. And normally it's 6 to 8 weeks. I think we were somewhere around 12 weeks or so. And I had given up on getting an orange kitten. And then Hoobie comes home with a box. Never trust a Hoobie coming home with a box. And I'm like, what's in the box? And he's like, you'll see. And then the box moved. And I'm like, what is in the box? It was an orange kitten. And so we got Ragnar, who is Joey's cat. But we both very much appreciate his orangeness most of the time. We are getting close to being done. Last two. 2 more mushrooms to peel. And then we will be on to getting other things ready. So in addition to Twitch, we were streaming this to YouTube, and I'm not sure if YouTube will let us go as long as Twitch will. But I do know that it will stay on YouTube for longer. So if you happen to be watching this later, whether it's on Twitch or on YouTube, you guys will have to let us know if you like seeing these. And we have actually talked about trying to bring in some other collaborators. I have a friend who I game with. Yes, I'm a gamer. And they do, what was the name of it? Fast food simulator, I think is what it is. And I thought about where they will play fast food simulator while we are meal prepping. And I've never done a collaboration before. I really have only just recently started streaming to Twitch. So I am learning many things. And still looking for all of the people who would be interested in these kinds of things, would benefit from these kinds of things. So if you find this, and you find it interesting, and you benefit from it, make sure that you follow along, leave me a message, and let me know. Would you like to see a collaboration with the fast food simulator and meal prepping? All right, Runic is back with some breakfast. You'll have to tell us what kind of a healthy breakfast or not healthy breakfast did you get, as I am preparing stuff for my breakfast for the rest of the week. And I was just talking and letting people know that if they do happen to see this later and they think it would be fun to see a collaboration with our friend who does Fast Food Simulator, if they would like to see that, I'm going to ask them about that later today when I see them in another game. I don't know if they have it together. It works better that way. Oh, since we are talking about gaming things, let me talk to you a little bit more about the Society for Creative Anachronism and going off to battle and making chili for war. So this event, Gulf Wars, happens once a year in March, and it happens every year. And there's probably somewhere around 4,000-ish people who show up each year to that. And as I mentioned earlier, it is a war between Florida and Oklahoma and Texas. And they do medieval style fighting. They do not use live steel. They use rattan sticks. They do wear armor. It's generally leather style armor. But they will do castle battles. They will do bridge battles, ravine battles. And if you are not a fighter type, which fighter could be swords and shields, but it can also be like combat archery, which is generally comprised of crossbows. And then we also do regular archery, which is not at other people. It is target archery. And that's a lot of fun. And there are different ways that your team, your kingdom, can earn points. And then at the end of war, the end of 2 weeks, you add up all the points to see who won. Shooting hay bales is always fun. So for breakfast, we're having chicken pot stickers with orange sauce.
What?
I know, right? Poobie says what? It's a good thing you're an adult and you can make your own decisions, right? But it's a lot of fun, and it's very action heavy, and it is camping. So not only are you doing all of these things, but You are not going to a hotel afterwards and taking a shower. You are staying on a campsite for a week.
It's 11 o'clock.
With no laundry facilities. They do have showers, but hot water is limited and you have to time them well. And doing all of the things. But the reason why I mention that is because, ta-da, all of those mushrooms we peeled, now chopped and ready to go. In addition to fighting all day and then maybe getting a hot shower or not getting a hot shower, there is also the you have to cook, and there is no kitchen at the campsite. So you are cooking on either a camp stove. Some people actually will do over fire cooking. I have seen people who will assemble a brick oven on site for the event. Typically, it is being built out of like cinder blocks and not real bricks, because that helps with quick assembly and tear down. But even though it's being built out of modern construction materials, the cooking methods required to use that are historically accurate. And that's part of the things that I find fun. So we are not able to go this year, but we have friends going. And so we are making this chili, and I am getting it canned and preserved so that they can, can't reach my peppers.
You're boiling over here.
Boiling is good. But we're going to jar it so that it does not require refrigeration, and all they have to do is heat it up on a camp stove. Because like I said, there's gonna be like 4,000 people at this event who are going to be fighting and working all day at a campsite.
Specify you're not feeding 4,000.
I am not feeding 4,000. I'm making a total of 6 gallons of chili to send, and it will be part of a dinner. We are going to be feeding 75 of the Windheim fighters. Windheim is the Principality of Onsteora, which is essentially the state of Oklahoma and a small part of Texas. And we choose princes and princesses based on their combat skills. Some friends of mine this last November won the championship for the prince and princess of Windheim. And as a favor, I am making chili so that our princess can feed all of the people who are going and fighting for her as part of this war. So we've got to make this good. Like, it's a big deal. So we've got our veggies going. I've got 5 pounds of ground beef that will have to be cooked off and added to it. We've got the beans that will have to be cooked off and added to it. And you might be wondering why I haven't put the beans in yet. Because I've got to let those veggies soften up so that I can get those blended down. It's going to make the chili more flavorful, but it's also going to help it be really thick and hearty and delicious. All right. So we have bell peppers ready to go for breakfast. And now we are going to do 1 onion. That is going to be just for breakfast. And this I will have to chop up. I unfortunately cannot do the fun trick where I leave everything whole and don't make myself cry. Because you can't do that for everything. So I've cut it in half. I'm just cutting. You'll notice my knife is going sideways when I get over to those edges. And then when I come chop down, I get nice breakfast size pieces. And by leaving the onion mostly whole for most of the time, it reduces the exposure to all of the volatile, make you cry fumes. We did, however, do this last so that as quickly as possible we can put a lid on it. All right, let's put that in the refrigerator. Excuse me, Ragnar. Okay. How's our campers coming?
Last thing of the big boys.
Yay.
Debris, as usual.
Okay. So, let me come get you. When you measure your food in gallons, you know you're feeding an army. This is true, and that is what we are doing. So, this is the vegetables. They have been simmering for a little while now. We started this at 10, so they've been going maybe for 45 minutes. Not a sharp object. And I'm just seeing if I can take it through the carrots. And you can see that one right there. I went straight through that one. My celery is chopping down. So, this means it is time for power tools. All right. Let me see if I can get you a good vantage point for power tools. If I put this here, Joey, there's a thing behind you. Be careful.
Okay.
And I put that there. And yeah, you can see okay into the pot. All right, so you guys watch that for a minute. While I go to my secret stash. So, this is a stick blender. And we're now going to blend up I don't see any more chunks. We have a lovely, creamy baby food consistency there. Appetizing, right?
Pink Scooter asked, what are we making?
Well, hello, Spooter. We are making chili. I know it doesn't look like chili right now, but there's the beans that are gonna go into it. Spooter, since you are here, let me ask you, sometime in the future, would you be interested in doing a collaboration where I do real cooking and you do fast food simulator cooking? Would that be fun? Okay, so now that we have that going, I need to add in a little bit more vegetable stock. And we're going to start turning this into real chili. So let me get the liquid in real quick. And then, Hoobie, I'm gonna need to take over that sink area so I can strain the beans. Let me get you guys, if I set you up right there, you're, sure, yeah, that'll work. Okay, oh my God. That is 4 pounds of beans. Let me get my spoon. And it's not just one type of bean. We've got black beans, pinto beans, little red beans, and kidney beans, I think is what it is. But you can see some of those beans, as they have been soaking for the last 24 hours, have released some of their coloring. And you want that to happen, because if you don't do that, it takes longer for them to cook, but then you can also end up with funny colored chili. So, we're going to rinse off, put it to the side, any remaining colors. No. There. We've lost some of our bean soldiers. It was a terrible tragedy. All right. So I'm going to take these over and put them in the pot. That's a lot of beans. Yes! I'm so glad you guys were chatting about that while I was getting all of the beans washed. But I think that would be so much fun. So the good part about meal prepping and making things in large quantities is that you don't have to do it every day. So generally, I only meal prep, make big quantities like this once or twice a month. I'm doing it a little bit more often this month because I'm not cooking for myself. I am cooking for an army. Yeah, I had to scroll back up and see what the whole conversation was about. Okay, so now we have 4 pounds of beans in with our onions, our carrots, and our celery, which we blended up. What we have to add to that. So Joey has chopped up all of our good smelling peppers, which was about 8 of those. We de-seeded them. And we're going to put that in. We're going to be adding some tomatoes. You need to swap from mobile. You'll have to tell me more about that, Spooter, because I'm on my phone right now. But then I have my laptop over to the side. But I decided to go on my phone because I can attach a microphone, which means that as I'm wandering around my kitchen, I can do all of this stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna put you guys back into the mobile holder, the one that will follow me. And I do apologize because sometimes it follows a little bit too much. But we're going to be doing some back and forth. Listen, you absolutely can use like real whole tomatoes, but that takes a long time. And sometimes it is worth it to do things quickly. So we're using canned tomato. I've got 2 cans of one is a crushed tomato and the other one is a petite diced. I don't know how to operate a can opener. Okay, well that's good. Because I was wondering, like, what kind of equality am I getting across? But these are just petite diced tomatoes in tomato juice. We're gonna add that in with our veggie stock and our beans. This one is a crushed tomato with a tomato puree, and this one is a tomato paste. So there's some different levels of tomato consistency. Joey says, I was just on the Twitch app. New iPhone 16 doesn't even bring up the keyboard to chat. Yeah. I normally, like, if I'm interacting or doing things, I prefer to do it on the laptop. But for broadcasting, it's at least easier on the mobile, just because it's more portable, I guess. So I'm gonna put those in. And then we will get our tomato paste. Now I am not going to add the tomato paste in right now because that will make things really thick. And I want the bubbles to be able to go through. But while I have the can opener out, I'm gonna go ahead and open it. We'll set it over here to add later. Okay, so let me get that stirred up because we don't really want to thicken it until after the beans have had a chance to cook. But as the beans are cooking, they are going to start to take in those flavors from all of the veg and the tomatoes. So we want that to all be in there. Okay. So I've got veggie stock going. That's in. We will adjust some of the seasoning a little bit later. I like to do that after everything cooks. If you are using dried herbs, those flavors they will dissipate through the cooking process. Okay. So that's got to go for a little bit. While the beans start cooking, do you want me to chop the little ones? Well, I can go ahead and chop the little ones after we get the little ones chopped and in. That's everything to go for that. We can put the lid on.
Do you want the gloves for the spicy ones?
Yes. I don't know.
Or at least one hand?
Let me have both 2 hands. I've got to get prepared because we are about to light a fire. What we put in there so far was just the smell good peppers. What we're about to do right now is chop up these little guys. And they are the ones that will murder you. So we're gonna get our seeds out. I don't know if you can see them falling out of there. You just kind of roll them around and let the seeds drop out. How many did we put into that big batch?
I think there was 6.5. roughly. I mean, there was a couple that were broken, so it's hard to tell. 7-ish, 6-ish, 7-ish.
So I'm thinking for this one, make this one a little bit more spicy. Some of those guys, I know them. And they like things hot. So that's 3, 4, let's do 5. Let me see. Okay, you can see.
I may or may not have accidentally washed your lid for the other peppers. Oh, you have it, okay.
And they launch themselves.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know if he's cleaned it up yet, but if he hasn't cleaned it up by the time I finish this, don't clean it up.
It's everywhere, on the floor.
We'll go over and we will take a tour of the pepper shrapnel that has occurred
Need like a shield.
on the other side of the kitchen.
Oh, that's right. That's what I did last time.
What did you do last time?
I popped a clip of something.
He did create a shield.
Last time. Today, that might help with the ones flying that direction. I said might. I'll be in the workshop for a minute.
All right. I know it's quiet, but peppers are a very intense business. They need a lot of focus. And you may look at this and think that that's not much, but that's plenty. So we're gonna put that in, stir this one more time. Now these beans are gonna need to cook for like an hour, hour and a half. So, okay, let me take you, I'm gonna leave those on until I finish cleaning up. Oh, good. Okay. So this is the cutting board. I have less shrapnel, but look at all of the pepper shrapnel from the first couple of peppers that were done. All right, let me put you back in the holder. We are done with that. These are gonna get vacuum sealed. Let me find the right lid? You are the right lid. I always like it when you find it on the first-ish try. Okay. Wipe this down real quick. So, we needed something to do while all of that gets cooked down. And we chopped up all of our mushrooms and onions and whatnot for breakfast while we were waiting on the veg to cook. So, we're gonna do a couple of other things. I'm gonna clean up a little bit. Yeah, it does need walls. So he tried to build a little wall in the, like, by putting the knife sheath in the groove and then propping it up from the other side. And that worked okay, but not the best solution. Okay. So we won't need this for a little bit. It can hang out over there. Oh, let me show you things. Because what we do need to do, so we washed a dozen jars this morning. And when you are canning, you've got to make sure that they are sanitized. Most of the time they recommend boiling the jars. You know, I'm going to mention that to him because, like, we have the dimensions of that cutting board. And I totally think that he could come up with a little shield to help keep that in. We'll see if he'll take on that challenge and come up with it. But I've got the jars in the oven and now we need to sanitize them. So what I'm going to do, I'll flip you guys around, is we are going to, that is a cold oven right now. And I am going to set it to 225 and let the jars in the oven bake at 225. They've already been washed. So that will just sanitize them so that when we put the chili into them, everything will be sanitized. And while we wait for that to cook, what do you want to do first? Do you want to whip honey or make hummus? These are two things that I have on my list of things to do today. And I'm gonna let you guys decide which of these things are we going to do first, because it makes no difference to me. But whipping honey requires me to get out like my big mixer, and making hummus requires me to get out my big blender. So I don't know which appliance do I need to get out right now so that we can make this happen. If you've never seen whipped honey, that could be a fun thing. If you've ever seen honey crystallize, let me get a jar. So this is a jar of honey that I got last year, and it's crystallized. This is another one, and that's when like the little crystals form. It can be difficult to get out. I bought a new jar of honey. Let's start with that. I bought a new jar of honey so that I could whip them all together. And here's what happens. I don't know how far it's gonna follow. Hey, it made it all the way. But when you whip the honey, it changes the crystal structure, and because it's incorporating air. Sorry about the noise, guys. Oh my God. Can't get the thing. I think I lost you. Hold on, I'll come back for you. Hey. But after you whip it and it incorporates the air, it gets this like light golden color to it, and it still flows, but it will stop it from crystallizing again, which is super handy. Are you still with me? No, I lost you. Hold on, I'm coming back. I needed a whip. It gets stuck sometimes. It's because I put the jars and the other thing at the end of the counter. But that takes a moment. Okay, so actually let me take this off first. We are going to start by putting our honey into the bowl. And this could require a considerable amount of effort for the honey that has already crystallized. Because crystallized honey doesn't pour. I learned this trick because I had these jars of honey, because I like buying honey in large batches from a local beekeeper, because you know, if the bees are local and they are making honey from local flora, that's how you're supposed to get the good allergy prevention stuff. But they typically harvest one time during the year, and when they sell out, they sell out. They are done until the next year. So if you want it, you've got to buy it while they have it. By the way, even though it's crystallized, that does not mean it's gone bad. They've literally found honey that is thousands of years old in jars, buried for centuries, and like the honey is still good. Not pourable, it's crystallized. But it's still honey. Now, a lot of times, if you're not whipping your honey, preserving ourselves in honey is way more effective. I bet we could be immortal if we preserved ourselves in honey. It would require an awful lot of honey. And it does not stop the possibility of being eaten by a bear if you preserve yourself in honey. It might actually increase the chances of being eaten by a bear, but you know, you pick what you want to take your chances on. But what I was going to say is, if you do have crystallized honey, I know a lot of people, their go-to is to try and heat it up, which does work, but it won't work for the purposes of whipping the honey. You don't want to heat it up. That will actually cause it to not do what we are aiming for it to do at the end. This is going to be the worst jar. All right. Eek. I'm going to come back to that in a minute. In the meantime, take my new jar of honey. Look at how beautifully that flows. Fun life hacks. Chopsticks are your best friend because you can put them across bowls like that and allow things to sit and flow. And I'm going to scrape out the jar here in just a second, but that's the only problem with this as a task. Is it's somewhat time consuming. It is totally worthwhile, especially if you really enjoy having like honey in your tea, which I really enjoy having honey in my tea. It is one of my favorite go-tos. Right? Just a spoon and a jar of honey. I'm very glad that you live in a low bear population area. Very helpful. Runic says that he sees Spooter just eating the glass and leaving the honey to drip all over. You know, I don't recommend eating glass, but all right. Let me move my chopstick out of the way. It is a very sticky process. Not what I meant, but I can see how you got there. Yeah, you know, there is a literalness that comes with things. Okay, so we've got the majority of the honey in there. And that's some good honey. So now we're going to take our whip, get our bowl set up. When you whip anything, don't take that literally. Start slowly. You know what? When you whip anything, I'm gonna leave that there. Start slowly because you don't know what's going to end up flying out of it. Let me wash the stickiness off of my hands real quick. That way I can pick up my phone so that you guys can watch this with me. I probably should have set this up and then moved you guys, but look, there's my Twitch laptop, which we're going to try to not... Are you gonna fall? Maybe. Okay. If I stand on this leg, all right, we're good to go. So, we have that whipping, and we're going to slowly increase the speed. And you guys can see that it is turning a lighter golden color. Nice. So, Spooter says, let it fall into the honey. I want to be submerged in the sweetness. Look at that. Look at that color change that has happened. Let me bring you over this way. No, it almost happened. You almost fell in. And you can see that there are some crystallized bits that are now suspended in that honey. And from my research, it says that once you do this, your honey will not crystallize. It will stay in this very liquid, pourable form. All right, I don't know why I dipped that back in there. Oh, I know why I dipped that back in there. Okay. Let me bring you up for a second. And hi. Let me bring you over here. where I can talk to you about things, because I have, this cool little honey dipper and jar configuration that I really like using. And I was like, I won't use that jar, but I want to be able to use that honey dipper. So I need similar sized jars to be able to put the stuff back into. But that was a quart, and these are pints. So it's 2 pints in every quart, but we also added air and an extra pint. So we have at least 3 pints, maybe 4 after we added the air. And I did not think about this at enough time. And so I need jars for these to go back into. And now I am running around, okay, looking for more jars. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I do have 4 of that size jar, so I can try and get that last jar in there and whip it. So we're going to do that. I should have did this all at the same time, but do you ever have those things where you're like, you don't think everything 100% through? You just kind of start doing something and then figure things out as you go? Because I do that a lot. All right. All the time. It is kind of weird, but would you try it? Ooh. I maybe should not have left that in there while I was doing the things. Again, the not thinking things all the way through thing. Reasons why I should have put all of this in at the very beginning. Maybe I should have done hummus first. I have more practice at doing the hummus. But this just seemed like it would be more fun. It's not a thing that you see every day. All right, I'm gonna sacrifice the cutting board.
It's 12 o'clock.
So Spooter, I love that you are the Leroy Jenkins of your life. I've also been compared to Leroy Jenkins. A couple of years ago, you can ask Ian, we had a very robust gaming group in World of Warcraft, and we would go on raids. I was generally one of the first people to go in but was not the tank. Joey was the cleric and always was leaving the room right about the time someone needed to be healed. It was a very exciting group. Joey, I'm sticky. I need your help.
You're on your own. You said sticky, you're on your own.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but he is abandoning me to my fate. All right, let me bring you back over here. Start that slowly. You need all my hummus? Good thing that hummus is next on the list.
Listening, but I'm in the shop making a spear.
Making a spear?
Yeah.
Man. I'm cooking for battle. He's making weapons for battle. Do you want the pre-cut?
No, it's yours.
Okay. All right. I think we have it all in there now. So. We have 4 clean jars. I have only done this one other time, and I did it I only did one of those pint jars just to test to see if it worked. And it did. And at the end of it, when I finished that jar, I was like, why did I not do all of the honey that I had at the time so that it would all be done? I don't know. That would have been good. You're not going to be able to see it well from there. Okay, let me see if I can move you. Hey, Joey.
Yeah.
Can you come help me for just a second? It's not sticky.
Are you sure?
Yes, but I need you to help fix the camera while I'm on this side so I can see what the camera's going to see. I need to go that way a little bit. You can either move the stand or you can move a little more. That's good. All right, now you guys can see the pouring of the honey.
Whipped honey?
The whipped honey.
Stubborn cork.
We are going to try and do this without a funnel and without making sticky all over the counter. Don't take that literally. Take that literally. We spilled.
What?
Nothing. Don't tell Jerry. He wasn't watching. He knows nothing.
Literally right here.
You might be in the room, but you see nothing. You are not paying attention. Everything is fine.
I'm gonna take a lunch break and go to space, but I'm gonna be watching your stream still, so if you need me, holler.
How wonderful is that? Like, he can go and do all of his things, but because we are live streaming this, he is still at my beck and call. Almost. All right. And I think by the time we scrape this bowl, we will have filled our 4 jars. And then I will go catch up on all of the comments. It's a funny story. Joey hates sticky things. And if he's being a real nincompoop, and I want him to behave, I threaten to put honey in his pillow, where he won't know it's there until he lays down on it. All right, that came out pretty much perfect. So we'll have to clean this up a little bit to make sure that when Joey touches the jars, they are not sticky. See, Hubie, I care. All right. Ma, you've been chatting really well. I'm gonna have to scroll to read all of the comments, but I cannot scroll currently because my hands are sticky. So let me clean up and then we'll scroll. And yeah, you guys need to be picking on Joey. It makes his life complete. If he doesn't get picked on, he doesn't feel loved. I'm going to clean off these jars. Once the jars are cleaned off, I'm letting my sink run with some warm water. We will vacuum seal all but the one that we are using. And that will help make sure that it stays fresh. I'm not so worried about the freshness, as we kind of talked about that earlier. I'm more concerned about the odor attracting pests, because everything in the animal kingdom loves honey, including ants. And so by vacuum sealing them, it makes sure that it does not attract ants. What? What do you want, Ragnar? No, I'm still cooking. I know, it's like 4 hours today. And we've still got, what time is it? Like an hour to go, 10, 11, 12, no, 2 hours to go. 2 hours of this fun shenanigans. And whipping the honey did not take as long as I thought whipping the honey was going to take. I'll be right back. That goes over there. Let's vacuum seal. I'm getting some stuff ready. We've got to vacuum seal the chilies from earlier, as well as our honey. Okay, I'm coming for you. And we're walking, and we're walking. What do you see? It's close enough. Okay, so I have these as part of my vacuum sealer, and what I can do is this just plugs into there, and then it is going to vacuum seal. I don't know if you heard that, but it popped as the vacuum started going. Waiting for the little lights to go, and it'll turn itself off when it has sucked as much of the air in there as possible out. And you can see I can hold on to that little metal rim, and it is sealed on. Now I have not done it with this yet. I'm gonna do the same thing. And that lid lifts right off. So this one is sized for the little jars. Make sure everybody's sealed in really good. When it goes for a minute, I always worry that it didn't seal really well. So we're going to trust the process. It did not, oh, see? That's why it kept going. Okay. Let's try that again. Why are we not getting a good seal? Oh, there it goes. And there we have it. And you can see on this one, where as it vacuumed, it was pulling all of that up. All right. It pulled some of the honey out of there. We did get a good seal. Let's clean that up though before we do any more. So, let me scroll up. Stop touching everything, you keep getting cursed. So exactly how many curses did you end up cursing yourself with on Wednesday? I'm curious. And getting cursed can be fun. The cats will come back. Thank you for sending away the robots and the spammers. So Larry joined us over on YouTube and asked what we're canning. So that is actually whipped honey. And so we are vacuum sealing it, and then we are getting ready to can chili. In my pot right there, I've got chili cooking. We have been prepping it all morning, and I am going to be sending it off to war. All right, so I have one more jar of honey to do. Hopefully we will not have honey come out of the jar this time. We still had honey come out of the jar. But did we get a good seal? Yes, we got a good seal. All right, it's fair enough. And delicious. All right. So, speaking of which, you guys come to this side. Let's check on our chili. Oh, look at that beautiful bean goodness. That is still cooking away, doing amazing. This right here is just a vegetable stock that we are making to help replace the vegetable stock that we're using. Hold on, let me move you so that you can see it. I have my jars in a 225-degree oven to sanitize. And I've got a cast iron pan that's in there as well. I am going to be browning off some beef to add into the chili right before we get ready to jar it. But I want the pan to stay hot. So I'm going to keep it in the oven because we probably have, I don't know, at least another half an hour, if not an hour, for the beans to cook. What are we talking about? So Joey petted the cat off camera. Spooter, come down and visit. You can pet the camera whenever you want to. Bring Ian with you. So Spooter says if I wanted to stream more but didn't want to waste food, she has an idea for other content that I could do. I would love to hear what your ideas are. I always like having ideas. And I do stream in the morning. I don't get a lot of visits on them because when I stream in the morning, hold on, let me get you out of this one and put you back into the one that follows me places. Because when I do stream in the morning, I usually only stream for about 20 minutes, which is not Twitch's favorite, but I stream on Facebook and Instagram as well. And so they like that shorter time frame. Okay. Oh, of course I lost you. Can you follow me now? Ah. So, and you've only been cursed like 2 or 3 times? I feel like that's fair. In my gaming experiences, 2 to 3 times in a campaign, that's like nothing. So one of my early campaign characters, when D&D was just a fledgling kind of a thing, I had a dwarven fighter. My primary weapon was a frying pan, which had the same stats as a mace. Awesome. And I could heat it up and increase the thing. And I had a holy warrior that like would cast on it. And when it cast on it, I had, oh, there it is. It was like I had a towel I was cleaning up all the honey with. And then I lost it. But she could make it glow with holy fire, and then it would do like massive damage. Cook reaction videos, find good or bad cooking videos, watch and react to them. You know, I've thought about doing that. And it's definitely something that I would take into consideration. I could do at a future time. I have quite a few things on my list. Most of the time, I'm really talking, well, actually, that could be a really fun twist of that. Most of the time, I am talking about like how different foods impact our health. So let me know. If I was to do reaction videos, but I did it from the standpoint of how healthy what people were making was for you, would that still be interesting? Or would that like go to the other side of not interesting? That would be a fun thing to consider. All right, so I gotta clean up from all of the honey, and then while we wait for the beans to finish cooking, I will get out the other big blender, and we'll make some hummus real quick. Okay, for the hummus, we will need, I don't know what pantry it got put in because I didn't put it away. Aha. We're gonna need the tahini. I need a good place for this. We'll put it up there for now. But if you guys are going to follow me around, it's gotta stop blocking the follow thing. Okay. Hey, over here. Oi. There we go. So Spooter was saying that she does think that it would be good. Kitchen nightmare reactions. She owned 2 restaurants, so she puts her own insights into the videos. And because of that, it can work in the videos. And it would add my own twist to it. Humorously based. See, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure, like, how funny I am. I think I'm hilarious. Every now and then, Joey thinks I'm funny. But I don't think I'm funny when he thinks I'm funny. So I'm not sure what that really means. But I don't know. I could try a couple, put them up, get some feedback, see what people think. So, hey, look, you're following me all around. I'm glad you think I'm funny. Like I said, not everybody in the world thinks I'm funny. So this is 1 quart of chickpeas. I can my own. I buy dried chickpeas. I will soak them overnight, and then I will can them using the same process that I'm going to use for the chili later. Follow the directions. So I've got 1 can of chili. This is tahini, which is sesame that has been processed into a nut butter form. So think of it like peanut butter made out of sesames. And it separates. So I don't know if you had seen it or not, but there was an oil that had formed on the top of it. And I'm just taking my little chopstick and mixing it all up because it all settles at the bottom of the jar. Okay, so in addition, for the hummus, we are going to need salt. We need onion. I am using fresh garlic cloves that have been preserved in olive oil. This is what the chickpeas look like before they go in there. And really, I only use that much of the dried chickpeas. So it's 1 cup of dried chickpeas will make 1 quart of cooked chickpeas. Okay, so I have the chickpeas, I have the tahini, salt, onion, garlic. We are going to be making this for Hubie. And he likes a curry, there it is. Curry hummus, so we need the curry powder. And I think that's it. And making hummus at home is really easier than most people think. And there is actually a lot of protein in chickpeas. So they can work as a meat replacement if you are looking at cutting down on your meat consumption. Okay. I'm gonna try this time to get everything put together ahead of time so that we do not end up in the same situation we were in with the honey, where I was making a huge mess afterwards. So that's all gonna go in. I've got the curry. I need the measuring spoon. We need the I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what that is. So let's see what else it says. Yeah, it definitely doesn't hurt to try. And the worst case scenario is I figure out that that is not the thing that's going to work for me. So I'll have to start looking. And here's the other thing, like a lot of the ones that I watch in reaction videos, someone else is sending them a video so they don't watch it ahead of time. And they're just reacting to something that they have never seen before. And I do think that adds adds something to it. Okay. There is some shock and surprise value that you just can't replicate if you go find your own videos. Although I guess we could do a random scrolling to go find them, but I don't know. I will have to figure out how to set that up. I've never given it a lot of serious contemplation prior to today. But it's definitely an intriguing idea. Spooter says, if you need videos to react to, hey, yes, build me a playlist. I am absolutely on board with that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Let that drain for a minute. I did do that in the wrong order. I need a little scrapey to get the stuff out of the jar. But so the chickpeas have a lot of good protein in them, but the nut, the seed butter, because this is sesame seed butter, also has a lot of protein in it. So hummus can actually be a meal in and of itself, which Hubie does quite frequently. Okay, so we have a quart of chickpeas, we have 15 ounces of tahini, we're gonna do 1 tablespoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of dehydrated onion, and I'm gonna do 6-ish cloves of the garlic and olive oil. And yes, I poured the olive oil in, but that's okay because we have to pour olive oil into the tahini as its own ingredient. And then I added in a little bit more olive oil to make sure that there was plenty of olive oil to cover the garlic. All right. We'll get our lid on. This is gonna be loud, so bear with me. lost you. Am I back? Let me give it just a second. Okay. Sorry about that. I went to go grab my camera so that I could show you what it looked like inside, and I lost the stream. So thanks for helping. I'm gonna try that again. Thanks for hanging out while we got this. And let me go ahead and show you. So that is what it looks like. And we're going to let it go one more time. Right. So that is a plain hummus, and honestly, like, you don't even have to do the garlic and the onion. I just like garlic and onion as a base for anything. There we go. And I told you I was going to make this for Hoobie, and he likes a curry. But I'm going to take my garlic and onion out before I add his curry. There, that's much better. Okay, so I don't know if the camera will let me focus on it or not, but there's still quite a bit that's left in there. And I've got a good amount. So now I'm going to take about a tablespoon of curry. To add in there. one more time. I'm gonna scrape down the edges. Because there was a big chunk of that curry that was stuck high on the side and was not moving. What, Delphina? No, I'm still cooking. I'm trying to teach them that when I'm wearing an apron, we do not get pets. Because I'm kind of a sucker the rest of the time. All right, one more time. And then we're done. The other good part about doing this and mixing it in the blender after I take half of it out is that any of the stuff that's on the little mixing blades ends up throwing itself off. Okay. I know that the cats don't know that clothes have meaning, but they can be trained. Like, they can be trained to respond to treats and do different stuff. And I don't know if it will ever work. But if I say it, it makes me feel better. I don't know how the cats feel about it. And there we go. Got our hummus done, and you can see the curry hummus has a more yellow tint than our garlic hummus. I have also found that I really enjoy adding a little bit of basil pesto to my garlic hummus. It makes things really tasty. So I've been doing a lot of that recently. And then sun-dried tomato is also a really good flavor. Although we did have a tub of sun-dried tomato hummus at the beginning of this morning, but Hubie took that upstairs for his lunch. I don't know if any of it's coming back. But Hubie, if you're listening and you want to bring the sun-dried tomato down and get your curry hummus, you can do that. Hint, hint. Because I prefer the sun-dried tomato to the curry. All right. So we'll get this cleaned up really quick. And then we need to go check in on our chili. He's thinking about it. Maybe. That does not bode well for me. All right. That can go back over there. Ooh. These are done. You know, every time I start one of these meal prep days, the kitchen starts out pretty clean. It just doesn't always stay that way. Let me see how close we are. I lost a pot holder somewhere. I was looking for it. We are to having the beans done because we want the beans mostly cooked when we start browning off the meat. So I'm going to grab a fork to test my beans. And then, I don't know. Not quite done enough. It still requires a little too much effort to stab down on those. I am going to come get you guys and let you look in this pot though, because that is really starting to look like chili. Ow. It splashed and it burned me. Okay. And it really did splash me. Okay. So what time is it right now? 12:55. We put the beans in right about noon. So yeah. By 12:30 or 1:30, those should be done. So we should have everything finished up about the time that we're done. We probably can go ahead and get our ground beef browned off and start getting our jars ready. You ever sit there and like think things through, like what is the next thing that you need to get done? Because I've got a little bit of time, but I honestly thought the honey might take a little bit longer than the honey took. That went by pretty quickly. I knew the hummus wasn't going to take very long. It never does. And I feel like I'm getting better at those. But, ooh, I know what we could go do real quick. And we're getting out of the apron. So yesterday, I spent several hours out in the garden doing garden things. And I'm going to take you out and show you what we got done. But down here on the floor, let me flip you around. I have a box of seeds, things that we are going to plant. Aha. But these are a ground cover thyme. It is time to touch some grass. We're going to go on a little adventure. And I'll show you what we did. I'm going to put, that moment when you realize that you left the microphone on your apron, so you're sitting there talking and nobody can hear you. Okay, now we're gonna go on an adventure. So this fence line used to be overgrown with vines, and you can see the dead vines still in the thing. So we had about 3 bunches that looked like this of daffodils and tiger lilies. So I unburied all the daffodils and the tiger lilies. I separated out the bunches and we planted them yesterday. In addition, that little guy right there is a raspberry bush. This little guy right here is a blueberry bush. And this guy right here is a blackberry bush. And what we're going to do, because we're supposed to get rain in the near future, and I'm going to water these down, but these are paper that has little thyme seeds in them to make creeping thyme. And so I'm going to put these out to grow where we dug up some of the trees and some of the other stuff. Hooby, if you can hear me, come help me. Come help me put out the thyme and water it in real quick while the chili's cooking. And then maybe all of our soil won't wash away, and we'll also have things in there that doesn't have to be, watered in. Aw, thanks, Booter. Get out of space. Sheesh. All right. Things we're going to do. We need a watering can and we need a stand or a hoolie to hold a phone. Hooby, are you out of space yet? Okay. Have a watering can. Take that over to the sink. Start that filling up. Choo-choo. You guys okay? Hanging with me? All right. Hooby. We're doing stuff. I almost forgot. I need the other thing of time. Do 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 do. All right, it's a little windy, so I don't know how long you'll stay up there, but we'll see how this will go. Hi, Hooby. Thanks for coming out of space.
What is happening?
I'm planting thyme the cheater way. Here, hold that.
Hold what?
The camera and make sure it doesn't fall.
Oh.
And maybe see if it sees me.
How do I see if it sees me?
And you have to look at the screen.
Oh dear.
Maybe you should literally just like hold the thing.
You need an all-terrain tripod.
I do need an all-terrain tripod. No. That wind is not helping.
Really windy.
Okay.
That dries, and the wind will just blow it away.
Well, that's why we're gonna put leaves on top of it.
The wind's gonna blow the leaves away. Are you serious?
The leaves have not blown the leaf. The wind is only gonna blow the leaves so far.
No, because they're trapped between stuff right there, but this is open. It's gonna blow the leaves right off. Those leaves in there came from the yard. They got embedded in the plant.
Daniel.
There's nothing for them to embed on right here.
So I know you guys cannot see this currently, but he's over here being super negative Nancy about why all of the things can't work. But we're gonna put leaves on top of this. I don't know if he's gonna help me because he's being a negative Nancy, but I'm willing to bet money that it's going to be fine. If you don't want to help me with this, do you think that you could you can't get the watering hose for me?
What?
The watering hose? That's good.
I got a transfer to the new one.
Okay, so we're going to water all of this again. It probably needs it because it's already looking a little bit dry from where we watered it yesterday. And the water will help the leaves not blow away. I think we have water coming. I hear it. I see it. It's making its way. It's almost there. Oh, there's a switch.
This don't need too much. It's pretty muddy this morning.
Water all of the bulbs that we planted over. Make sure that the new baby bushes that we just planted are good and watered. Alright.
That's not enough. I'm drowning more.
Why? You went from saying not too much to a little bit more.
I don't want them to blow away. A lot of airflow in there. They're going to dry quick. Okay, the sun's not out. It's supposed to be super nice today. What happened to the sun?
I don't know where our sun went. So guys, in the future, we'll do more gardening as well as meal planning. Because the goal is to be able to start growing our own food that we will then get to preserve. And that will be fun. Okay. So we have our thyme planted. Thyme is an edible seasoning, as well as a really good ground cover. We have picked up our trash. Gotta make sure that we get that thrown away so it doesn't end up everywhere. Look at the hoobie. He's such a good hoobie. He left space to come and help us. He really is a good hoobie, as much as I pick on him. I am. I was telling everybody what a good hoobie you were.
Were?
Are? Like, I used were because you left space to come and help. But, you know, you still are. He is. He's a good hoobie. So Runic was saying, yes, more food to eat. It's a true story. So these are mostly flowers, but we do have blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries. And it can take a couple of years for those to establish themselves enough to really produce, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that we planted those the first year that we were living here, so that they would have time to start getting themselves established and planted. You look confused, Hoobie. Are you okay?
Yep.
Okay. Do you need help?
Nope.
You missed it. He was getting his aggressions out on the old. So that right there is our old hose reel. That is our new hose reel. And he is very displeased with the old one. So we're gonna let him get that set up. Let's go in and check on the food that's currently cooking. And we should be just about ready to start browning off our meat. Yeah, 1:15. Good time to do that. Okay. So, where do you guys want beef cooking? Let me know. Put it in the comments. All right. So we're gonna push that to a back burner. Let that keep going over there. Where is my pot holder? We'll turn the heat up on that a little bit. Oh, good. So you can see the pan there. The problem with the overview is that you can't see anything until we get it into the pan. Ooh, do you hear the sizzle? So that is 5 pounds of ground beef to go into our chili. I know what you're thinking. Is that pan big enough? Well, it's worked before. It will work again. As the meat browns off, it will shrink down a little bit. It is going to take some time for that to happen though. Everybody okay? Okay. All right. Stir our beans. While our beef is cooking. It's funny, because I was just telling them, I know what they're thinking. Is that skillet big enough? But as the meat cooks, it will cook down. We will have a little bit of splatter over. And as it cooks, we will take some of the grease out. But it will all fit. Although, if you wanted to buy me a bigger cast iron pan.
You are funny.
I know.
I mean, that's like the biggest one they make.
It is.
As far as what regular stores sell.
This is what, a 12 inch? 14 inch?
Probably 12. It could be 12.
I think they go as big as 14. I don't remember what this one is. But Runic says over. All right. Somewhere. Aha. I have a giant metal spoon. Booby, that grease jar.
Over there. Ooh.
You ever get that feeling like something's about to go terribly, terribly wrong?
Yeah, I keep looking at those honey jars.
It's a good thing you weren't here earlier when I was vacuum sealing them.
I was watching.
So you saw them overflow?
A little bit. Just fell on the tiny screen.
It's not much.
I heard you say it.
They'll be fine.
Famous last words.
I'll even consider cleaning them off before I put them in the cabinet.
Better. Contaminate everything, have to burn the house down.
We're about to be homeless here in about 2 months. When he pulls a sticky honey jar out of the cabinet thing. So I've had these jars in this 225-degree oven, which will sanitize it. And they've been in there, I don't know, the last hour that we've been cooking or so. I don't remember when we turned that on, but it's definitely been long enough.
Oh yeah. Been in there for a while.
And we are getting to the last little bits. Our beans are almost cooked. We are cooking off our ground beef now. So I'm gonna go ahead and take those out. Of the oven. Let them cool down a little bit so that they can be handled. Can I have some water with this, please? Yeah.
Or
I'm going to start water boiling in the kettle so that I can transfer it over to a pot after we get the ground beef cooked off and I get that burner free.
tactics.
It's tactics. Because I will need to boil the lids. So the jars have been sanitizing in the oven. You can sanitize the jars in the oven, but you cannot sanitize the lids in the oven. They have a rubber seal on them that will melt, could get damaged. So I cut corners frequently, much to Hoobie's disappointment. I don't know what to call that. But I say it'll be fine way too often for his comfort. And even I'm telling you, it's a really good idea to boil your lids. Especially if you are making anything that could potentially be shared to someone else. What happened?
Whoop! Honey,
Huh?
what the hell?
I tried to put the sticky stuff over to the side. Leave the honey jars for me. They're at the very back.
Yeah, that's all I need.
I know. Listen, I'm evil, but I'm not cruel. There's a difference.
It's
True story. I'm evil, but I'm not cruel. See, and now we're almost completely fitting into the pan. It's a good time. Thank you, Hoobie. So, heavy lifting wise, which I may need you back for.
Yeah.
The ground beef maybe has 5 more minutes-ish. The beans should be ready now. So as soon as the ground beef is done, I'm going to start getting all of the jars loaded in. Speaking of which, let me take that back off.
It's too big to hang out back there.
We need to put our tomato paste into the chili. And then check our seasoning. So I don't need you right at this moment, but I don't
need
know
more
that there's time for you to go back into space and accomplish anything before I need you.
I can go to the workshop.
Okay.
I can talk to the workshop. Space I can get avoided by pirates.
Let me guys bring you closer. So you can see in that chili pot. Because that is some legitimate chili. It is nice, it is thick, it is tomatoey. Do the bean test. Yes, that went right in. We're getting 2, 3, 4. So our beans are ready. And check our flavor. All right. We need a little bit more salt. I'm going to do about a tablespoon of that. Right. We do about a tablespoon of powdered garlic. We're going to do a couple of herbs. So we have some parsley, some thyme, and tarragon. Tarragon is one of those things that not a lot of people are familiar with. And then here in just a second, I'm going to taste this, but then I'm going to go look. We might add in a little bit of sage as well. Let's see what those did for the flavor before I decide if it needs the sage or doesn't need the sage. Tarragon, by the way, is an herb that I feel like gets overlooked frequently. It's not very common, but it's delicious. That helps. I do think a little bit of sage will help it. put a tablespoon of sage in. And this is why no two batches of anything that I make come out the same. They're close. They come out a little different each time. Do another tablespoon of salt. And I'm going to do another tablespoon of thyme. Let's see what that gets us. I think that was it. If I was to add one more thing to it, it would be fennel, but I don't have any fennel right at the moment. So we're going to do without that. I hear you, Ragnar. Almost done. All right. So, I am about to put all of that into these jars. And you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm really kind of not. But I'm going to do it putting the beef in separate and then putting the chili on top. So, are you going to be able to see that? Let me move you over to the other one. Okay, I think that's turned off, so you should stay in the same place. All right, so actually, 1 second. For this, I am going to use a funnel. Good. And the reason I'm going to use a funnel for this part is because I want to make sure that as much as possible we're keeping things off of the edge of the jar lids. This is also going to help evenly distribute the meat into each jar. That way it does not matter which jar they are heating up. We know it has about the same amount of beef in it. But also it is quite possible that we might have too much of the bean chili. So if there is any leftover bean chili, Kubi and I can potentially have that for dinner. And I can't eat beef. It disagrees with me. What, Ragnar? I know. We are getting really close to being done playing in the kitchen. And when we are done playing in the kitchen, oh my, you are pathetic. If I had an actual cameraman, I would totally have the cameraman pointed at you being utterly pathetic in the middle of the kitchen floor. Apparently he was offended by that. He left. He doesn't think he's pathetic. He's gonna go look for Joey to complain. Yes. Who's a pathetic boy? You are. I know. All right. We have our beef. stuff in. Let me move that out of the way. There we go. Okay. And then we just have to put the chili in. But before we put the chili in, we need to get our canner. I put the kettle on a little bit earlier. So I've got a little bit of hot water started in there. We're going to get some more hot water started in the kettle. I maybe could have started the ground beef a little bit earlier instead of going out and playing with thyme plants, but it's fine. It's all good. All right. Aha. We washed our ladle. So I'm just using my headspace gauge to make sure that there is no air bubbles down at the bottom. You should have a nice full jar of chili. And I'm just taking that around the edges. I just like doing that a little bit halfway through and then a little bit more at the end. It varies depending how thick of a whatever you are making, but this is thick, so I want to make sure that we don't have air bubbles getting trapped in there. Over there for a minute.
heavy lifting coming up soon?
Yes.
I was running the belt sander, so I couldn't hear you. Because I turned on sick.
I'm glad you because I'm just about done filling the jars. I need the jar lids to be put into the boiling water.
This one?
Yeah,
In the canner?
yeah. And there's more in the teapot if you want to add it into the canner.
Want me to add those drops in the teapot?
Yes. Are you familiar with my magnet stick?
Nope.
We're going to teach Hootie about canning.
Yeah.
So this is a magnet stick. What's really fun about a magnet stick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that you can take the magnet stick and you can get a lid out of the boiling water without putting your hand in. So those need to boil for just another second, and then I need your help to get the lids on and start getting them into the canner, and then putting those are hot. The jars into the canner. I forgot what I was saying. I'm trying to do too many things.
Yeah, I couldn't keep up. It was too sparse.
Too fragmented?
Yeah. Sprinkling outside.
It's a good thing you are not out mountain biking, huh?
Whatever. That's okay.
He really did want to go out mountain biking today. I know.
Unlike Tulsa, the trails in Medicine Park are like 90% rideable. And they're green, they're all rocky. Rocky, ugly.
You know, Hootie, I had hoped we would have some chili left over for dinner, but I don't think that's going to happen.
We already have some cans, so we're good.
It's true. But it's funny because you look at things and you're like, that's going to be too much. And now I'm starting to wonder, was it enough?
Drink, I'll be right back.
Okay. 4 pounds of beans, 5 pounds of beef, and that comes out to just about what you need to make 3 gallons of chili to feed a hungry army. Because that was it. There was nothing left over. Alright, so now we just need to clean up our edges and put our lids on. And then once we get these into the canner, we're going to call this meal planning, meal prep day done. Booby. Would you, could you, please and thank you.
You're assuming I'm going to do it after saying that. What if I don't do it?
Well, if you don't do it, it'll just take a little bit longer for us to wrap all of this up because I'll have to finish cleaning all of my jar lids and then go do it myself.
Okay, could I?
Would you, could
You
you,
say thank you after the deed is done.
please and thank you,
No!
take the magic stick and pull the lids out of the boiling water and put them on top of the chili jars. Little more vinegar. The vinegar is important to make sure that any grease that may have dripped on the rim of these jars gets removed so that they will get an airtight vacuum seal. All right. Yeah.
Make trade.
Mixed trade.
God.
This is why you were brought in for heavy lifting. Because I love and appreciate you. Ah.
Oh no.
I'll put it over there in the reject pile. All right. Wow. Oh, that didn't work. Ah. So I have some super awesome gloves that I can screw those down finger tight. And get those put into the canner. Without burning myself. That's a goal. All right, Pooby, will you put this tray down into the oven? Do you want the gloves?
No, it's cold right now, right?
Yeah, the tray's not hot.
Oven's hot?
The oven is hot. Do not touch the racks or the sides. It's still at 225. Hold on. 2 seconds. Okay, if this is this way, then that is that way. Oh.
Looks right. We can add water.
I need to make sure there's enough water in here. Needs a little more.
Camera follow you, doesn't follow you very well.
Oh, I turned off the follow thing so that it would stay on the stove top.
Hey, look, I got a cameraman. They're so cool.
Okay. Now I'm going to put the lid on. For real this time. Okay. So, what will end up happening at this point is we are going to let that pot boil, and when our weight on top starts jiggling, we will start a timer to process this for 25 minutes. When that is done, we will take those jars out, put the jars that we have warming in the oven so that they don't completely cool off or, get cold and let bacteria grow, into the canner, and then take those through that same process. But really, nothing is happening at this point. So I'm going to end this here. We ran a little bit long, about 15 minutes over. So maybe I shouldn't have taken the little expedition out into the garden. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. And then, oh, I broke my thing. I don't know what happened. Okay, are you? Hey, I can talk with my hands again. Bye! So we are going to be doing these periodically, once or twice a month. So if you are interested in learning how to meal prep and do more things in a day, make sure that you are watching for the next time that we go through and plan one of these long meal prep together days. We will be doing some different things depending on what time of year it is and what we've got going on. So make sure that you follow along and you are watching for that, and we will see you next time.